I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, February 28th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business, approve the meeting minutes from the January 31st, 2023 regular meeting. Will entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2 has been deferred. We'll move on to item number 3. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, the retreat at Finch Branch Phase 1, property located off Centennial Drive, requested by Sonia Thompson, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a request for subdivision acceptance, and this is the retreat at Finch Branch, Phase 1. And the property is located off of Centennial Drive. It's also located off of Irvin and Greenwood Drives. So zooming in, you can see the, this is Centennial here to the north in this location. So it comes in from the north, and then the developer extended this street to the intersection here with the other road that was built with the development. And then most of you know this is now a three-way stop at Irvin and Greenwood in the new road. And then the mail kiosk is near there as well. And this is the plat that goes along with the project. So you can see the lot arrangements and the street layout. And staff has been working a long time with this development. So right now, I'll turn it over to the city engineer, Gary Lyden.
Thank you, sir.
The engineering department recommends acceptance.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a favorable recommendation.
We have a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Item number 4 has deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Item number 5, the applicant is running a few minutes behind with traffic, so we're going to move that one to the end. We'll move on to item number 6. Site plan, Kroger, modification to site to allow for grocery pickup area, requested by Dollar and Ewers. Property located at 5145 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15, parcel 2.11, C4 Shopping District, C4 Shopping Center Zoning District. Property owned by Kroger Limited Partnership. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the request for site plan approval. These are parking improvements and interior renovations to the building now. Earlier, when they came to us last year, it was a building addition to improve the grocery pickup service. And now they've decided to move into the space that Gowdy's Seafood has vacated. So they no longer are doing that addition on the sidewalk area. But this is the property on the screen outlined in blue. And most of the roof here that's white is the main part of Kroger. Of course, this is Murfreesboro Road to the south. And you probably remember from the workshop, since they're not doing as many changes to the store, well, getting ahead of myself. Here's the zoning map. So this is all C4 with this hatched area. A white background is the C4 Shopping Center District. And then these are photos. It shows the front of the Kroger store. And then this is closer up to the building, and this is the area where they're making the changes for the grocery pickup service. So, of course, staff comments were reduced quite a lot when they decided to go a different direction and not do the sidewalk addition and instead move into the Gowdy's Seafood space. So, weren't a lot of comments 2 weeks ago, but the handicap spaces, Planning Commission had asked them to be moved. So Kroger or their consultant did do that. They've resubmitted, so this is the new plan that's in your packets, and this is the old. So you can kind of, I'm going to toggle back and forth, and you can kind of see what they did with these spaces, old versus new. And it's a fairly minor project, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
Chairman, with them making the changes as we requested, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 7. Final plat, Carruthers Crossing, Phase 3, 121 residential lots on 45.2 acres requested by SEC. Property located on Carruthers Road, tax map 29, parcel 29. PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Burkett Hills Investment Group, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Carruthers Crossing is requesting a final plat approval for Phase 3. And on the screen here, you can see the entire area is 92 acres, the entire development, and we're looking only at Phase 3, which is at the south end of the project. And this does touch Davidson County, so it's right on the border. These homes here to the north are in Davidson County. So this section is under development. It's approximately 45 acres, and they are proposing 121 residential lots. And this is the zoning map, so you can see this is on PDR, which is Planned Density Residential. It's much more specific planning, much more specific zoning than, say, an R1, which this orange area is just the basic R1 low-density residential. So this project's been under development for a number of years. I think it started in '07, and I know it was caught by the financial downturn in '08 and '09, and then it changed hands and was under new ownership. So you all have been seeing this exact piece of land for 13 or 14 years, some of you. But they're making a lot of progress, and now it's really taking shape out there. These are some photos. Showing a lot of new homes out there. So here's another shot. I think this was taken maybe last week, but different housing types. It's a variety of living spaces. So here's the plat that they're asking approval for. They are showing sidewalks on both sides of all streets. And I believe it built out, this is for 121 in this phase, and I think the total is 568. So 568 single-family dwellings when it's all done. That's a lot. So there weren't any staff comments at the workshop, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? None, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to number 8. Preliminary plat, Villages of Woodland Hills, 85 residential lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC. Property located near Woodland Hills Drive and Highland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcels 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
This request is for a preliminary plat. The village is at Woodland Hills. And this is, it's located off Woodland Hills Drive as well as Highland Hills Drive. And this is the newest plan on the screen, and I do have the older versions in here as well, so I've kept those. But this shows the entire project. They're calling for 85 residential lots in this project on 48.05 acres. And here are the older plans, and these photos, some of you have seen many times now, but these are the stub-out streets that were left from the earlier phases of Woodland Hills. So these were left for future development, so you can see that in the photos. And there's a proliferation of basketball goals, which seems to be fairly common all over Tennessee. Just a heavily wooded area, so this will now be under development with these 85 homes. There, it looks like all the comments are being taken care of. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything.
Okay, yes, the engineer did indeed take care of all of our comments. However, I asked the engineer if y'all are interested in talking to him about, go back to the first sheet there, Paul.
Is that?
The slope one, that one.
Okay.
Okay, you can see in the lower right-hand corner where it's nearly black, that's a very steep area. We asked him at the workshop to provide profiles. He did on the 5 lots they're putting in there. He did prove that they are buildable, but 2 of them, lots 384 and 388, are going to be very interesting lots, but they are technically buildable, so therefore we don't have comments.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments on this item?
Just one question, and this is maybe more so for the engineer, but when it comes to, they're not going to have a new construction entrance for this. They're going to go through the subdivision. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything that we're going to have in place for the the existing road conditions for that area? Because it's already a well-populated neighborhood. So is there anything we're going to have in place to maintain that road? Because all that heavy equipment's going to come through.
Okay. I would defer that to the developer's engineer.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro. So we are also, SEC is also doing the construction plans for Mission Hills next door. And the intent is, fingers crossed, that we can coordinate the timing well enough that we can use their construction entrance to get farther into the site to avoid as much as we can of the existing residential part of Woodland Hills. Any part that we are not able to bypass, or if we do ultimately have to come in through the main entrance, we've already agreed to make sure that we're doing regular street sweeping to maintain a good, healthy environment that the residents are already used to.
Okay. Are y'all going to handle any, as far as maintenance, as far as damage to that road, if that occurs with y'all's equipment, if you're coming through the main entrance, the main thoroughfare for Woodland Hills?
Yes, if it was something that we directly would be responsible for, we would take care of.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for the applicant? On the one lot that our engineer was commenting on, any comments on that for us? I think it should be fine.
I'll just kind of touch on why he spoke of that. He is correct. That is a very steep area. Typically, we do lots that are kind of, here's a lot of options, and the builder can kind of go from there. These will be kind of reverse, where we will have a home footprint and work backwards from there. Not all of the lots that were requested profiles for will require this, but many of them will likely be walkout basements or similar. Yes, sir.
Any further questions on that?
So that they're all buildable, so you don't expect to be coming for a variance for any of them?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. We have a second.
Second?
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item number 9 is deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
We are going to go back to item number 5 for everyone. I believe our applicant has arrived. Item number 5, site plan Dick Buchanan trailer storage in 2 new buildings of 7 and 12,000 square feet on 15.47 acres, requested by 615 Design Group. Property located at Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by CSJ and Associates LLC. Mr. Logan.
You'll excuse me a second, I'm trying to get back to the beginning. Okay, here we go. So this is the site plan request for Dick Buchanan trailer storage. It's located at 470 Dick Buchanan. And this project was here back in 2021, and that's the first time that this actual parcel came in with a site plan. And at that time, they had only proposed the parking area for the trailers. So here you can see, this is the property that we're considering tonight. This is the Kite Home Improvement Center and Carter Lumber to the south. And then this is Dick Buchanan Street that runs north and south. So that's the 15 or so acres that we're talking about. So back in 21, they just wanted the parking lot for trailer parking and trailer storage. And then they decided to add buildings later, which meant they had to come back to the Planning Commission. So the plans that you are seeing now this month have 2 proposed buildings on the site. And of course, a year and a half ago, it was no buildings. This dark rectangular area is the property. It's I-2, which is heavy industrial. So no issue there with trailer parking. It's allowed in I-2. And then this is the property. It's a different season, but anyway, that's what it looks like in summer. So this, it'll be here soon enough, I guess. So this is the, I believe that's the newest plan there that they've submitted. So you can see the detention pond has not really moved in all this time, but these are the 2 new buildings that are located closest to Dick Buchanan, and then the rear area is all parking for large trailers. So a little bit closer look. They're still using the one ingress egress off Dick Buchanan, and that has not changed. So just zooming in, you can see the details of the 2 buildings. They've got the uses listed. The one to the south, proposed building, minor maintenance with office, break room, and restroom, and it's 9,100 square feet. And then the building to the north is 12,000 square feet. And these are the older plans when they just had 1 building located there, so they're on there for reference. But all of the planning comments have been addressed. I know engineering's been working hard on a lot of comments, but I'll turn over to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir.
Okay, so we have 6 comments on here. The first 2, the Planning Commission is well aware of and is in agreement with. The third one was just a clarification, which is acceptable to engineering. The fourth one, we have worked with the engineer. He's been working with Hawkins, their paving contractor. We did not like the chip and tar section they had shown in an industrial use. What they have done is they have done, it's not really a chip and tar, although it kind of is now. It's a hybrid, but they are pre-mixing the gravel with the asphalt, putting in 1.5 inches thick, putting a prime coat, which is even more asphalt underneath it, then putting 8 inches of aggregate base. So now I believe, in my professional opinion, they do meet the letter of the statement of dustless and asphaltic in the zoning ordinance for this use. And that's item number 4. Item number 5, the engineer has been working with Public Works. Public Works had 20 comments, I believe. and the engineer addressed those this afternoon. We do not have Public Works' response to those yet. And we also, item number 6, we have not confirmed sewer availability yet. So we have 2 outstanding comments remaining.
Very good. That's it?
That's it, yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there an applicant here? If you would, state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yeah, CJ Merle with 615 Design Group, 360 Coo Creek Circle, Smyrna, Tennessee. Thank you for being flexible tonight and allowing me to go towards the end. Happy to answer any questions y'all may have. As Gary said, we've worked very closely with them to address all of engineering's concerns. As far as Public Works concerns and in the utility comments, we received the vast majority of those this morning. And we're able to turn around a revised plan to them mid-afternoon, I think it was. But happy to answer any questions y'all may have related to those comments.
Thank you. The last 2 are kind of the big ones. Mr. Randolph, do you have anything you want to touch on there?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I will add the sewer availability. I did let Scott know that we would be submitting for water and sewer availability this week, and we'll also be making a formal request for a flow test as well, so that our sprinkler designers for the buildings can start work getting those calculations underway.
Mayor, do you have some?
My comments are, we've said before, we're not big contingency people, and this isn't necessarily contingency, but this is items not on plans, and one item that's not, we don't have an answer on yet. So for me, I'm not comfortable voting on this until we see it on the plans and we have that availabiliity. That's, I don't know how the rest of the board is.
I would concur with that. This is a very large tract. We've seen this several times for the last couple of years with different layouts. And until everything gets put on the plat, as we've done through all these for many, many years, I would agree with the mayor that I don't feel comfortable with it too. Until it all gets done and everyone's signed off on it, we shouldn't actually be looking at it, to be honest.
Right. Like the mayor said, and like Mr. Coates said, we don't do hardly anything on contingencies, if anything. So until we get those last 2 answered in paper and on paper,
Well,
I would make a motion
Understood.
to defer.
That's what I was gonna say, is I'll make a motion to defer to move it out to the next workshop. And will that be enough time for you to get these resolved on the plans and the sewer availability? At least, well, that gives you a full month, because we won't be meeting till the end of April.
Yeah, I mean,
March.
we can certainly have the water and sewer availability submitted. Whether or not that is complete and we get a letter back from utilities or Public Works is, I guess, to be determined, but we'll do every effort, or we'll put every effort we can out to get it resolved. As far as their other comments that we got on the plan today, I feel very comfortable that we've addressed all of those, but certainly can get a meeting set up to make sure that we have.
Yeah, well, just the last few details that we need to finish up,
So
make sure everything's in order. So we have a motion on the table
I'll
for
second it.
a deferral. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will see you at workshop.
Yes, sir.
Get these knocked off the list for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 10, set bond amount for Carruthers Crossing Phase 3, Tax Map 29, Parcel 29, requested by SEC, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. The request to set the bond for Carruthers Crossing Phase 3, SEC, on behalf of their client, is requesting that the planning commission set the bond amount for all the public improvements. This property project consists of 68 lots, and I've gone too far. Here it is on the map. Of course, you just saw this a few items ago for their plat. This is Phase 3, so the same area of Carruthers Crossing. And per the subdivision regulations, the developer has submitted 3 construction bids, an average plus the required 20% contingency. and a stamped estimate provided by the engineer. Bids are from the Nickel Company, Hawkins Asphalt LLC, and Sessions Paving Company. And the engineer's estimate comes to $405,010. And that's all. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde now.
We concur with the engineer's recommended amount.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions or comments on these numbers? Anyone satisfied? We'll take a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We are up to date on all of these until June of this year, and that should be it.
Very good.
Thanks.
Any questions or comments on this item? Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Simple.
Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else? 17. You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on this Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their Imagination turn. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money, I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to, what else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, phew. Y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jessie, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. They'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be held? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yep. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi, you say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand out in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're gonna make 100. You ready? Hold your hand in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's gonna do a song called Jump. All right, let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right, let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Woo. Oh, oh my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? Is all of them out? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Whew, who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Whew, that's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess, who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stand right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay, come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right, stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right, who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's blonde? Oh, I see ya. Come here, big man. Come here and help me step. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he? What's your name? Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high. But I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me. So I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more, though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now, y'all don't faint, because I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music while you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. There goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you gotta hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. How are you? All right, let's do this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
That's my Miss Donner! Hi, friend. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here.
grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now
you'll
you
find
said,
someone else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right? All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right, we're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. So I'm going to go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Not play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there.
I'm driving
In my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a
always
scarf
use
right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like this
everybody.
right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Easy now, easy now.
I've got my sunglasses
She's hard right there.
on. I'm
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. Uh-oh. We hit a bump.
You know, that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Out
hot.
on our heads, it'll keep the
Let's
sun
take
out of our
our
eyes. It's so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss What? Now that'll work right there. I can't say, well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Sing it, Janet, sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out in the open highway and whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know what would be really cool? Let's put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car.
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
Driving in my car. You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out in the wind. Let's put our
Yeah.
scarf on.
Oh, I don't know. They'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you? Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Hunter.
got my scarf around my neck. I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh, my doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to me.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That work. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't it cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here
my
we
car.
go.
I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. No, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really cool music that we can look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, that is so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, I'm driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, can't breathe. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came. came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir?
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Garnet.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. Uh-huh, I did. Yeah.
Okay, well, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there.
friends goodbye?
Bye, friends. Bye, Jesse. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, mister.
We might see her. I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Life for a penguin can be harsh, but for this colony off the coast of South Africa, life is about to take a deadly turn. The question is, can they survive? Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina. Everybody loves penguins, right? Look at them, so cute, waddling along in their little tuxedos. But don't be fooled, these guys are serious survivors, able to thrive in some of nature's most extreme conditions, as you're about to find out. In today's program, you'll witness a colony of African penguins facing a life-threatening disaster, and the amazing call heard around the world for people to come to their rescue. You'll meet a special penguin with a royal namesake, and a feathered ambassador that almost came unglued. All this and more coming up now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Penguin Story. Some people might think Africa is an unlikely place for penguins. But the southern tip of the continent is home to a fairly large colony of African penguins, at least by today's standards. Like most other species of penguins, the African penguin numbers are in decline. Less than 10% of the original African penguin populations remain. And with a worldwide total of about 56,000 breeding pairs, the African penguin is the only penguin species that breeds in Africa, and it's found nowhere else on the planet. They're listed as vulnerable for a variety of reasons. From early factors like the harvesting of eggs for food and habitat alterations, to more current threats such as pollution and overfishing, which jeopardize the penguins' food supplies. Today, African penguins are a major source of pride and entertainment for the residents of South Africa. Colonies found in seaside villages on the mainland, like Simonstown, bring tourists and their cameras to the area for year-round amusement. So it's no small wonder that when a tragic disaster threatened their beloved penguin population, locals and tourists alike responded in astounding numbers.
Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
June 23, 2000 marked a tragic day off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, when an ore carrier called the Treasure developed a hole in the hull and sank 6 miles offshore. 2 of its fuel tanks ruptured, spilling over 1,000 tons of oil, and the resulting slick quickly hit Robben and Dasson Islands, both major breeding sites for African penguins. And to make matters worse, the spill occurred in the middle of the penguins' breeding season, putting thousands of birds at risk. This was to become the biggest evacuation and rescue attempt of wild birds in history.
It's an important cause over here.
The call for help was heard around the world. And within hours, governments, agencies, businesses, and individuals partnered to save the oiled penguins, headed up by 2 organizations well known for their rescue efforts. Salt River Station, an empty railroad maintenance warehouse in the industrial heart of Cape Town, was chosen as a viable rehab site. And within 1 day, water and electricity were installed, dry pools were set up, crushed shells were trucked in, and the rescue facility was up and running. Workers and volunteers captured the oiled birds and transported them from Dasson and Robben Islands by air, boat, and by truck to the facility where they would hopefully find refuge. Including the African penguin, there are 17 total species of these specialized seabirds, just like this rockhopper with the adorable yellow crest. And here's a chinstrap penguin, named for obvious reasons. And here's a couple gentoos. And this is a king penguin, just slightly smaller than the largest species, the emperor penguin. Lots of people make the mistake of thinking that penguins live at the North Pole. But it's the opposite, the South Pole, where many species reside. In fact, penguins are only found in the southern hemisphere. And if you think all penguins are about ice and snow, think again. Some species, like the Magellanic, the Galapagos, the Humboldt, and the African penguins, have adapted to warmer, temperate, and even tropical climates. Penguins eat krill, squid, and fish, and these fast-swimming birds catch their meals on the run, relying on their sharp sense of vision while hunting. Feeding the rescued African penguins was a primary concern for the caregivers. These birds had to be hand-fed, which was no small task considering the mounting size of this rescue. SeaWorld was one of many to respond to the African penguin disaster, sending 2 of their aviculturists halfway around the world to offer their services.
Back in 2000, when the Treasure sank off the coast of Cape Town, the South African government put out an international call for help. At that time, I had 13 years of experience working with penguins, a lot of hand-raising experience working with babies, so I think I was a good choice to go and assist with the rescue effort.
I was selected to go to South Africa because of the work that I've been able to do here at SeaWorld in San Diego of caring for penguins and also raising penguin chicks. Also here at our park we have an oiled wildlife care center where we have learned and been trained to care for oiled wildlife, particularly birds, and with that, going down to take care of the animals that were oiled, I was able to use those skills down there as well.
Even with years of experience under their belts, nothing prepared the rescue workers for this.
Our first day here was actually Sunday morning, and it was a complete shock to walk in and see the magnitude of this. Having worked with birds before in Orlando, I said, you know, a few penguins, how many could that be? But to see the number here was just overwhelming.
Overwhelming for the people and the penguins. Priorities had to be ranked in order to keep the birds alive, and food and water topped the list. But the volunteers quickly learned rescued penguins are not necessarily grateful for human help.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. So we've got all 3 methods going on.
Literally tons of fish were necessary to keep the penguins alive. Antibiotics and vitamins were supplied to combat illness and infection under such stressful circumstances. One particular activity really had a positive effect on the birds. Rail cars were tipped on their sides, lined with tarps, and filled with water, resulting in some very happy penguins. The initial rescue attempts with the adult birds seemed well under control. But remember, this was the middle of breeding season. That means there's a whole other side to this story. February 28, 1982 was a special day at SeaWorld San Diego. It marked the hatching of the first hand-raised king penguin at the park. Since that time, Tut, as he came to be known, has sired several chicks. And today, at nearly 25 years old, he's still an important family member at SeaWorld. How's that for a penguin encounter? Penguin chicks in the wild can have a tough road ahead of them. Luckily, they have 2 attentive parents they can depend on. This Gen 2 chick hatched out at SeaWorld has a little bit easier time of it. There you go, buddy. With an entire staff of attentive caretakers looking after it. Unfortunately, after the oil spill, many of the penguin chicks were separated from their parents, and the outlook for their future was pretty grim, until the arrival of some helping human hands. Most species of penguins lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and generally only one of the chicks survives. Both parents actively participate in tending the eggs and raising their young. This actually created a problem for the African penguins following the oil spill. This spill wasn't big in comparison to other spills, but since it occurred during the penguin nesting season, it interfered with their feeding process. Penguin parents regurgitate partially digested fish and other food items to their chicks. In order to hunt their prey, the African penguins had to swim through the slick, and oiled feathers eventually would keep them from being waterproof and able to regulate their body temperature. Also, the birds often ingested oil, and when they returned to their nests, the regurgitated food was contaminated. So between the feather coating and the toxicity, it wouldn't take long before both the penguins and the chicks would perish. Luckily, Lauren Dubois and a team of experts arrived on the scene.
Well, when we first arrived, there was nothing set up for the chicks. They had set aside a room for us, but pretty much they were waiting for us to arrive. I was working with a colleague of mine from the Baltimore Zoo, Steve Serro, and we started making sure that we were getting the pens set up for the birds. We got tarps set up. We started getting some of our scales, anything that we thought we would need for the chicks.
Once an initial assessment was made of the chicks, one of two directions was taken. If they were older, they were moved to the area with the bigger birds. Or they began the process of rehab with Lauren's team.
The feeding process is pretty much force feeding them. We want them to get some food in there, which is pretty much grabbing the bird, opening up their bill, and putting a fish in their mouth. On the smaller birds, it's a little difficult because some of the fish is so big, so we'll just cut the fish in half and feed them some of the fish tails instead.
Under the rehab team's constant care, Lauren remained optimistic about the chicks' futures.
The outlook for these birds is very good, or at least I'm very hopeful. I look at these birds and they're very fat. They look in good shape. There's no oil on them. They all look very healthy. So the prognosis, I feel, is very good. I feel that we'll be able to go out and release these birds and at least give them a good chance to survive.
Penguins are warm-blooded seabirds that don't actually fly. Since they often have to endure frigid waters and extreme weather conditions, 4 primary adaptations help them survive. Their body fat that provides insulation, changes in their metabolic rate when they're on land versus when they're in the water, a blood flow system that adjusts to conserve or release body heat, and feathers. Their feathers are stiff and very thick. In fact, they're 7 times more dense than a chicken's. Although feathers play an important part in keeping them warm, temperate penguins, like the African penguin, need to release heat in warmer weather. So unfeathered, bare patches around their eyes and beaks allow heat to escape. Left alone, the oiled penguin's feathers would no longer be waterproof, and eventually the birds would become waterlogged, unable to swim and unable to regulate their body temperature. Cleaning the feathers was essential before the birds could survive in the wild.
We work together as a team to be picking animals for wash. It's important that the animal is strong enough and healthy enough to be washed.
First, the birds were sprayed with vegetable oil to dissolve the tanker oil.
The difference between when they go into the cleaning room and come out of the cleaning room is phenomenal.
Then, they were washed in dishwashing soap. They were washed
They have their black and white coloration back.
and washed
And the birds look so good.
and then washed again.
They even look happier.
Next, they were rinsed in fresh water, then set under heat lamps to dry overnight.
There is no long-term effects from the oil with regards to their feather coloration.
It took 2 volunteers on the average of 1 hour to wash 1 penguin. So on a good day, 500 to 600 penguins were washed. Cleaned birds also received fluids, vitamins, and a flipper band for identification. The Cape Town rescue was a collective, massive effort. In the end, would it make a difference? Only time would tell. Animal rescues aren't always on a big scale, so it was a lucky day for one little penguin when the staff at SeaWorld San Antonio got pretty creative. They discovered a crack in one of their penguins' eggshells and sealed it up with glue. Elmer, as he was appropriately named, hatched with no problem at all, and today is a SeaWorld celebrity ambassador, teaching kids all around the country about penguins and a caring staff's ingenuity. How's that for a penguin encounter?
Times of crisis really show what the human spirit is made of. For a total of 6 weeks, the people in Cape Town worked tirelessly, side by side, to help save the oiled penguins. IFA and SANCOB organized this enormous effort, pulling in corporate, government, and nonprofit partners from around the globe. We've all heard the expression, it takes a village. Well, in this case, it took that and more.
It's a lot to manage, but we're doing it.
Are you wondering what it takes to coordinate a rescue this big? Every aspect has to be thought out and responded to, and it all has to happen like yesterday. International Fund for Animal Welfare, or IFA, And South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds, SANCOB for short, pulled together dozens of organizations for the effort, and supplies and donations poured in. Fish, lots of fish, in fact 361 tons at Salt River alone. Vitamins, equipment, pools and liners, cleaning agents, cleaning gear, protective gear, boxes, transportation, even a Red Cross station was set up inside the facility to care for human injuries. And then you need the people to make it all happen. So how do you spread the word?
On the radio 2-3 times a day, about 4 or 5 different local and national radio slots. I talk to people, I cajole them, I beg them, and we've had an overwhelming response.
Of course, a booming voice helps.
My bid happens to be a big body with a big voice, and I just organize the people, I yell at them, I smile at them, I encourage them, and I keep things going.
Thousands of volunteers answered. People came after putting in a full shift at their regular jobs. Day after day they showed up with big smiles and amazing attitudes as they got ready to do some very dirty work.
The cleaning, the scrubbing, it's not all glamorous. There's a lot of hard, back-breaking work in it, but it's all part, we're all here for the penguins.
It's all about the penguins, but it was the people that made it all about the penguins. This shared sense of coming together for the cause moved literally every one of the workers.
I never had the remotest idea what this would be like. This is utterly overwhelming.
People are coming together. Most of us are here on a volunteer basis, and that's been a super part of this. It's been great to be here.
It's important for us to also be involved in that conservation, and so this is our opportunity to do the right thing.
When you have a disaster like this, and I think that's an appropriate word, is a disaster, considering this is one of the largest animal rescues ever, to take a look at something, things that are involved, is just getting the people here to help out.
It's an important cause over here.
But Big Mike said it best.
If we had to factor in the cost of the manpower, it would be astronomical. And the only reason we keep the costs down is because the people are prepared to help. And Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people. We rock!
All the volunteers were a great bunch of people. All 40,000 of them. Because in the end, that's how many people showed up to help the African penguins. Standing over 3 feet tall, the largest of the penguins, the emperor penguin, lives its entire life in and around Antarctica. SeaWorld San Diego became the first place outside of Antarctica to hatch and raise an emperor chick. Since then, all the SeaWorld parks continue to participate in comprehensive breeding programs for all of our penguins, welcoming many additions to our SeaWorld family. How's that for a penguin encounter? The response to the African penguin crisis shows what can happen when people join forces for wildlife conservation. Because of thousands of helping hands, the vulnerable population of African penguins got a second chance at survival. And all this time, energy, and hard work was leading up to a single goal: the day the penguins could be released and swim home.
This spill in South Africa, in Cape Town, is probably, to the best of my knowledge, one of the largest responses in history to oiled wildlife. It may not be the largest spill by volume of oil spilled, and it may not have the most miles of coastline affected, but it by far has the most live animals retrieved, brought into captivity for rehabilitation. So this is an extremely large spill response here in Cape Town.
After 6 weeks of caring for the oiled birds, the last penguin rescued received his bath, and it was time to send the final birds home.
Fortunately, these chicks right here were not oiled, so we didn't have to clean them.
Several weeks had passed since the chicks had been rescued. They thrived under the watchful eyes of the rescue team. so they were strong and healthy and ready to survive on their own. Their down was replaced with waterproof feathers, making it possible for them to swim from the shore to their home islands.
Well, this is what it's all about. This is
It's come full circle, so it feels like all of the efforts have been a success in seeing these set free. And
before their release, they were sprayed with pink dye, so researchers could easily identify them. The adult penguins were marked as well, and then fitted with an ID tag on their flipper. Finally, the birds were crated and ready to transport to the sea. It was an emotion-packed day for the workers and volunteers.
To actually reach a goal like this is truly remarkable.
this was definitely a good day for us.
Relief is a big one. The relief is a big one. They got out before anything bad could happen to them.
So in the long ride for these chicks that we've released, and I'm very happy for them. They're doing extremely well. It was a nice release.
It's always wonderful, wherever I am, even if it's one bird or 600, that's awesome, It's a wonderful feeling because it's an accomplishment.
It was a long haul for both the animals and the people. But in the end, a remarkable contribution to penguin conservation. Not all of the birds taken off Robben and Dasson Islands were oiled. In an attempt to prevent these birds from becoming harmed, volunteers saved 21,000 penguins by collecting unoiled birds and transporting them to Port Elizabeth and releasing them to swim home, where they would arrive after the worst of the oil spill was over. This step in prevention is a strong example of proactive conservation. Today, many human activities are impacting penguins. Hunting, coastal development, pollution, and overharvesting of fish stocks that penguins eat top the list of threats. Currently, all 17 species of penguins are legally protected, and at least 5 species are considered at risk for becoming extinct. Like IFAW and Sandcob, other groups such as the Captive Breeding Specialist Group work towards the conservation of penguins. The SeaWorld parks maintain Emperor, King, Macaroni, Adelie, Gentoo, Chinstrap, Rockhopper, Magellanic, and Humboldt penguins, and each of these species has successfully reproduced. SeaWorld San Diego participates in the species survival plan for the endangered Humboldt penguin, helping to maintain diversity within this species. In addition, SeaWorld parks also employ 2 stud bookkeepers to track the captive breeding of Chinstrap, Adelie, and King penguins. Finally, the Oiled Wildlife Care Center at SeaWorld San Diego serves as a valuable resource to assist oiled animals in times of crisis.
The Oil Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
Major disasters remind us how vulnerable an entire animal population can be. But a crisis isn't the only time you can help. Conservation happens every day at a local level. Get involved with a zoological park or aquarium in your town and find out what you can do. When the Cape Town call for action was heard around the world, many responded. We offered help, but what we got back in return was invaluable.
There are so many wonderful animals in this world. There's so many wonderful people in the world that care so much about them. To see everybody come together and want to work and really just take care of those animals was incredible. I think being able to come back and share that with the people here in the United States and just even at SeaWorld has been the greatest thing for me.
I learned more about people, myself included, on this trip, I think, than any single thing I've done to date. The sheer number of volunteers that showed up every day at the Salt River railway station was just overwhelming. It just kind of reaffirms your faith in humanity when you see how willing people are to donate their time. It really showed that people can truly be compassionate when there's another species that's in need of their help.
The African penguin rescue remains the largest, most successful bird rescue in history to date. Over 40,000 volunteers saved more than 43,000 birds total. They cleaned about 22,000 birds and achieved a 90% survival rate upon their release. This monumental success happened because a lot of caring people showed up and made a difference. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Penguin Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The penguins featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
The category for Final Jeopardy is the Sun-Earth connection. And the answer is the ghostly light that produces the dance of colors in the night sky in the northern hemisphere. The correct question, of course, what is the Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights? Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Trebek, the host of the popular quiz show Jeopardy! You know, as a child growing up in Northern Ontario, Canada, I was always fascinated about the mystery of the Northern Lights. In this episode of NASA Connect, host Jennifer Pulley and special co-host Dr. Sten Odenwald will take you all on an adventure to explore the Aurora Borealis. You'll learn about the many legends and myths that revolve around the aurora throughout the history of mankind. You'll also learn how NASA scientists and engineers use satellite technology to measure and analyze aurora data. You'll visit Norwegian scientists at the Andøya rocket range, located just inside the Arctic Circle in Norway. And in your classroom, you'll use data analysis and measurement to plot the auroral oval and to determine the heights of the Northern Lights. All in this episode of NASA Connect, Dancing in the Night Sky.
Welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Sten Odenwald, an astronomer at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
On this episode of NASA Connect, we are filming on location in Norway, a Scandinavian country located in northern Europe. Today, Sten and I are at the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo, Norway.
And right beside us is an ancient Viking burial ship called the Oseberg. And you know, it dates back to the 9th century.
Wow.
So, Sten, let's fill them in. Why are we in Norway?
Because Norway is one of the best countries in the world to see the Northern Lights.
Or the Aurora Borealis. Aurora was a Roman goddess of the dawn, and Boreal is a Latin word meaning north, thus the Northern Lights. There's a lot of folklore about the Northern Lights, and various cultures from around the world have explained them as dancing spirits or blood raining from the clouds. The Vikings believed the Northern Lights were beams reflected from the shields of the Valkyries, female warriors serving their god Odin. The Aboriginals of Scandinavia, or the Sami, believed that the Northern Lights had supernatural powers to resolve conflicts. The Sami painted auroral symbols on their magic drums. In Middle Age Europe, the Northern Lights were thought to be reflections of heavenly warriors. As a reward, the soldiers that gave their lives for their king or country were allowed to battle on the skies forever. There are so many myths and legends and superstitions that have revolved around the Northern Lights throughout the history of mankind.
By the mid-1800s, scientists finally began to explain many of their mysteries. Like lightning or earthquakes, they are natural events, not supernatural ones. By the turn of the 20th century, scientists actually created artificial aurora in their laboratories. Christian Birkeland, a famous Norwegian scientist, created this device called the Torella, a magnetic sphere representing the Earth. Currently housed at the Norwegian Technical Museum, this device creates artificial aurora by using an electron gun similar to the one in your TV picture tube. Birkeland believed that currents of electrons from the sun caused the aurora. He laid the groundwork for the modern-day study of the Northern Lights. Today, thanks to modern research satellites, we now have a deeper and more complete understanding of how the Northern Lights work.
Say, do you remember what the Final Jeopardy category was at the beginning of the program? Well, if you don't, it was the Sun-Earth connection. And Sten, isn't it true that the sun is the source of the auroras?
That's right, Jennifer. The sun does play a role in producing the aurora. The aurora are the only visible evidence that we have that the sun and the earth are a system that are connected by more than just gravity and sunlight. You see, the sun gives off charged particles called ions. These ions travel out into space at speeds of 350 to 700 kilometers per second. A cloud or gas of such ions and electrons is called a plasma. The stream of plasma coming from the sun is known as the solar wind. The sun's corona, or outermost atmosphere, continuously emits the solar wind, a stream of electrically charged particles, mostly protons and electrons, flowing out in all directions. It is commonly said that the aurora's gorgeous curtains of light are caused by particles flowing directly from the sun. But this is not the case at all. When a major solar storm interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, it causes some parts of this field to rearrange itself, like rubber bands pulled to their breaking point. The magnetic energy that is released causes powerful currents of particles to flow from distant parts of the magnetic field into the atmosphere. These currents flow along the magnetic field into the polar regions and collide with nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the atmosphere. The color of the aurora depends on which gas, oxygen or nitrogen, is being excited by the electrons. Oxygen emits either a greenish-yellow light, the most familiar color of the aurora, or a red light. Nitrogen generally gives off a blue light. The blending of these colors can also produce purples, pinks, and whites.
Stan, that is fascinating, and of course it's beautiful.
That's right, it is beautiful. And you know, the northern lights are always moving, like giant curtains of light, weaving and swaying across the sky.
So Stan, how do scientists study the northern lights?
Well, besides photographing them from the ground, there are 3 other ways that scientists like to study them: ground-based measuring devices, sounding rockets, and satellites. Data can be collected from these 3 methods and analyzed by scientists to get a complete picture of the aurora borealis. To get a better idea of how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used, let's visit Professor Alv Egeland at the Andoya Rocket Range.
But before we visit Professor Egeland and learn more about the rocket range, let's review the 2 math concepts for today's program: data analysis and measurement. Data analysis and measurement are 2 important math concepts to scientists and engineers. You see, before things can be analyzed, they must first be measured. Scientists and engineers take measurements so they can collect data. Think about what you measure every day: length, volume, mass, or temperature, to name a few. Once scientists and engineers collect the data they need, then they must analyze that data. Scientists are constantly on the lookout for patterns that can help them understand how things work. By analyzing data, they can construct relationships among numbers and the scientific principles they are investigating. Now that you understand the importance of data analysis and measurement, let's go meet with Professor Alv Egeland.
How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity?
In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field?
How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers?
Professor Egeland, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm wonderful, I'm wonderful. This is Dr. Odenwald.
Hello, Professor.
Hello, Dr. Odenwald. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too.
You know, the Andoya Rocket Range is an exciting facility. Can you tell us some more about it?
Andoya Rocket Range is the furthest north permanent located rocket range where we launch rocket and scientific balloons. It's located here because it's just under the auroral belt. And this is the place where we do all the launching of rocket and balloons from Norway. The range provides complete services for launch, operation, data acquisition, recovery, and ground instrumented support. Since 1962, more than 800 rockets have been launched from this range. We have also hosted scientists and engineers from more than 70 institutes and universities around the world.
Professor, what kind of ground-based measurements do you take here at the range?
Well, we take a lot of different measurements, but I think the most important is the recording of the Earth's magnetic field, and for that type of recording we use a magnetometer.
A magnetometer? Sounds like an instrument that measures magnets or maybe a magnetic field?
You are on the right track, Jennifer. A magnetometer can be used to measure weak, short-term variation in the strength of the Earth's geomagnetic field. It was first used in the year 1800 by Alexander von Humboldt to study aurora and what he called magnetic storms. These variations are due to electric currents in the upper atmosphere. The electrons and ions flowing in from distant regions of the Earth's magnetic field cause currents to flow in the ionosphere and also cause the aurora currents. So a magnetometer measures a quantity that is directly related to the northern lights. The stronger the magnetic variation, the higher the auroral activity.
Professor, this is just one type of magnetometer, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, how do you analyze the data that you collect from a magnetometer?
What we do is really we reproduce some graphic representation. And if there is a big deviation from the local standard field, we call it a magnetic storm. And I just want to show you one example here of a big magnetic storm. And here you can really see big deviation from the local standard field. Following graph shows a relative weak magnetic storm. The magnetometer measures the geomagnetic field along three axes, north-south or H component, east-west or D component, and up-down or Z component. This graph is a magnetic field strength versus time plot. Now here is a plot of a relative strong magnetic storm, probably caused by a disturbance in the solar wind. What can we conclude from the two graphs?
Let me see. The second graph shows more magnetic activity than the first graph. So I would say the more magnetic activity, the greater the auroral activity.
That's correct, Jennifer. Notice in this section of the graph, the deviations are at the maximum. If the night sky was clear, we can view the mysterious and beautiful aurora colors. Magnetometers located here at the range are continuously taking measurements of the local geomagnetic field. In fact, anyone from around the world can visit the following website to analyze the geomagnetic activity around the Andrea rocket range.
Professor, you mentioned that this facility is known for auroral research using sounding rockets.
Yes, that's correct. As a matter of fact, that's the main purpose for the rocket range. We can study the aurora from the ground, but then we just look on the bottom aurora. If you study the aurora from a satellite, you just study the top of the aurora. But by using instrumented rocket, you can study the inside of the aurora. That's why sounding rocket is such a unique platform for auroral studies. Other instruments on the rocket register electric field and magnetic field and count particles coming into the atmosphere from distant part of the Earth's magnetic field. Consequently, the energy that produces the northern light can be calculated. During an ordinary winter night in Norway, the northern light involves more energy than the country uses in 1 year. A severe auroral storm can produce billions of joules of energy per second.
Professor Egeland, thank you. We learned so much.
It's really my pleasure. Thank you too. Or as we say in Norway, gleden var på min side.
Okay, guys, now it's time for a cue card review. How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity? In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field? How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers? So, did you get all the answers to the questions? Good. Now, let's review. We've learned about the myths and legends surrounding the Northern Lights, and we also learned how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used to study the auroras. Now, we turn our focus to space. Later in the program, Dr. Nikki Fox will tell us how data analysis and measurement are used to study the auroras with the help of 2 NASA satellites, Polar and Timed. But first, Sten will give us the scoop on image.
Thanks, Jennifer. Aurora tell us in a dramatic way that something invisible is happening above our heads in space to light up our skies. We can use sophisticated Earth-orbiting satellites to learn more about the causes of the aurora. The Imager for Magnetosphere to Aurora Global Exploration, or IMAGE, is a NASA satellite that lets us see the invisible activity that swirls around the Earth and eventually causes aurora to appear. When a solar storm collides with Earth, one of the first signs of the disturbance is a collection of particles called the ring current. It's an invisible river of charged particles extending over 30,000 kilometers from Earth. Much of the matter in this current actually comes from the Earth's upper atmosphere in gigantic plumes and fountains of gas from the polar regions, but we still don't know how the particles get their energy. Another part of the upper atmosphere, seen by image for the first time, is what scientists call the plasmasphere. It extends out into space at least 10,000 kilometers. You should think of it as the outer limits to the ionosphere. During severe storms, parts of the plasmasphere are stripped off, but then reform as new gas flows out of the Earth's upper reaches. And of course, image also provides scientists with movie-like high-resolution views of the aurora seen from space. Over the South Pole, the satellite dips down to 1,000 kilometers to show us never-before-seen details in auroral structure. The aurora in the South Pole is called aurora australis. Over the North Pole, we see a more distant view and a bigger picture. We can relate this big picture with views of the ring current and plasmasphere to track the evolution of an aurora from cradle to grave. The reason why we're so keen to understand the aurora is that the aurora are kind of like a final examination. If we can really understand how they work, that means we also understand all the other things about Earth's environment as well. We have billions of dollars of satellite technology in space, astronauts living and working in space, and on the ground, many kinds of systems that are affected by solar storms. An electrical blackout in Canada back in 1989 cost billions of dollars. We have lost over $2 billion of expensive communication and research satellites in the last 10 years alone. Solar storms have tremendous potential to cause damage to us. Only by understanding aurora and the events that lead up to them can we improve our ability to predict how to avoid the harmful effects of space weather storms. The real challenge is to get enough early warning that a storm is approaching. That's why it's also important to look at the sun for clues to the next storm.
Thanks, Sten. Okay, guys, now it's your turn to apply data analysis and measurement skills with this really cool activity. Sten, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
Aren't they amazing?
Hi, we're students from the Region School right here in Andenes, Norway.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this activity. It's called Where to See an Aurora.
You can download a lesson guide and a list of materials from the NASA Connect website.
Here are the main objectives.
Students will find and plot locations on maps using geographic coordinates, draw conclusions based on graphical information, convert centimeters to kilometers using a given scale. Here are some terms you will need to know. Latitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the equator, with positive values going north and negative values going south. Longitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the prime meridian, which is the longitude that runs from Greenwich, England, with positive values going east and negative values going west.
Good morning, class. The northern lights are seen most dramatically in only certain places in the northern hemisphere. Today, you will plot the location and boundaries of a typical auroral oval in the Arctic region. You will see its geographic extent and determine its relationship to familiar continents and countries.
Distribute all student materials. Students can work alone or in pairs. Students, label the latitude lines beginning at the center point with 90 degrees. Then mark each circle 10 degrees less than the previous circle, ending at 20 degrees. Next, label the unmarked longitude lines. Plot the points onto the geographic grid for the outer ring. The geographic data points can be found on the student activity sheet. The points are identified as ordered pairs, longitude-latitude. For example, the ordered pair 180-60 means 180 degrees longitude and 60 degrees latitude. Connect the points in the outer ring. Now, plot the points onto the geographic grid for the inner ring and connect the points. Using the scale 1 centimeter equals 1,400 kilometers, measure in kilometers the approximate width of the shortest and longest distances between the inner and outer rings and determine the range. Record these values on the student activity sheet.
Okay, class. From the analysis of your graph, how far is the center of the auroral oval from the North Pole?
I calculated that the center of the auroral oval is about 500 kilometers from the North Pole.
Very good, Marita. And where would you travel in North America to see the Northern Lights?
From the graph, either Canada or Alaska are the best places to view the Northern Lights.
Students, once you complete the hands-on activity, check out the web activity for today's program called the NASA Northern Lights Challenge. It can be accessed at the NASA Connect website. This activity is created to be fun, interactive, and will challenge your ability to solve problems. During the course of the activity, you'll use various probes to explore properties of the planets in our solar system. There are 8 interactive probes in different colored boxes along the 2 sides. You'll learn about the temperature, magnetic field strength, solar wind density, atmospheric gases, mean distance, mean density, gravity, and speed on other planets. Upon exploring each planet, you will apply what you learned to solve the following problem. What other planets may have the northern lights? Special thanks to the students from Brandon Middle School and Lansdowne Middle School in Virginia Beach, Virginia for demonstrating this web activity.
Super job, you guys. So, what is NASA doing to study the auroras? Well, Nikki Fox, a senior scientist at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Baltimore, Maryland, can tell us all about it.
Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras?
In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase?
What are the phases of the aurora?
This is the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Laurel, Maryland. I am the operations scientist for the Polar mission. The Polar mission is part of NASA's Sun-Earth Connections fleet. Within the Sun-Earth Connections fleet, Polar has the responsibility for multi-wavelength imaging of the aurora, measuring the entry of the material into the polar regions, the flow of material to and from the ionosphere, and the discharge of the energy in the ionosphere and the upper atmosphere. Scientists use satellite images to monitor the position of the various auroral features. In particular, the latitudinal location of the edge closest to the equator of the aurora determines the amount of activity. The further the aurora moves towards the equator, the bigger the event. Also, the extent and speed of the expansion of the aurora tells us a lot about the amount of activity. The further and faster it moves, the larger the event. Polar is a unique spacecraft because it carries 4 different cameras to study the aurora. There is a high-resolution visible imager, which allows us to look at the aurora in different wavelengths or colors. In this way, we can simultaneously image the red, blue, and green components of the aurora. There is also a global imager, which allows us to look at the whole Earth at once. This camera takes pictures in ultraviolet, so we can see what the aurora is doing, even when there is sunlight in the way. Auroras do occur during the daytime, we just can't see them with the naked eye. But from the images of this camera, we can see the size of the auroral oval. For example, the following graph shows you the latitudinal auroral extent for selected coronal mass ejection events. Coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, are gigantic explosions caused by the sun that can reach speeds of millions of kilometers per hour. It takes around 3 days for a CME to reach the Earth. The vertical axis of the graph is the geomagnetic north latitude from 40 degrees to 58 degrees. On a globe, 40 degrees north latitude is closer to the equator, and 58 degrees north latitude is closer to the geomagnetic North Pole. The horizontal axis represents the dates of selected CME events. From analysis of this graph, we can determine that the latitudinal auroral extent generally increased from 1997 to 2000. Be careful in the way you interpret this graph. The function appears to be decreasing. Even though the data show a downward trend, the auroral oval extended closer to the equator. For this particular graph, it tells us that the auroral activity increased. Let's look at 2 data points. From the data on January 10, 1997, there was an auroral event in the northern hemisphere that extended to a latitude of 57.3 degrees. Do you know the name of the country that the auroral oval covered? If you said Canada, then you are correct. On July 15, 2000, there was an auroral event that extended to latitude 41.2 degrees. The auroral activity was so intense that the auroral oval stretched into the southern parts of the United States. The 11-year solar cycle of the sun reached its maximum in the year 2000, so we expected auroral activity to increase from 1997 to 2000. With all these cameras and the data we collect, we can photograph the evolution of an aurora. The evolution of every aurora tends to follow a similar sequence. We call this an auroral substorm. The following images show a typical sequence of an auroral substorm. The first image shows a quiet oval before any activity begins. This is called the quiet phase. Right before we see any bright emissions, we can observe the oval getting bigger and moves further towards the equator. This is called the growth phase. The activity truly begins with the small spot of light, or onset event, followed by the lighting up of the whole ring and an expansion to a more poleward location. The large bright region you can see is called the auroral bulge. When the aurora reaches its maximum expansion, you can see that the large bulge begins to break up and the small discrete features appear. Finally, the whole aurora dims and recovers. It will eventually return to the initial state, the quiet phase. The whole process may repeat over and over again until the activity dies out completely. Now, all the images you've seen so far have been from the northern hemisphere of the northern lights, or the aurora borealis. But did you know that there was also a southern counterpart of the aurora called the southern lights, or the aurora australis? And here we're seeing a unique movie taken by the Polar spacecraft that shows us both the north and the south at the same time. This allows us to see that the activity is occurring at the same time in both hemispheres. We call this the conjugate aurora. Now, we've seen data from many different cameras on the Polar spacecraft and learned that when you add them all together, you can learn an awful lot more about the aurora. Now we're looking at an animation which shows the polar auroral image underneath with the timed spacecraft flying over the top. Timed is taking images in very high resolution, and you can see that every time the spacecraft flies through the oval, it suddenly illuminates all the fine-scale features that you couldn't see before. So now we know that when you add two data sets together, you get even more information. Now, with the addition of data from ground-based observatories and sounding rockets, we can look at the aurora with full perspective.
Okay, now it's time for a cue card review. Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras? In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase? What are the phases of the aurora?
Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect.
We'd like to thank everybody that helped make the show possible.
Got a question, a comment, or perhaps a suggestion? Then write us at NASA Center for Distance Learning, NASA Langley Research Center, Mail Stop 400, Hampton, Virginia 23681. You know, each year here in Andenes, they celebrate the beauty of the auroras with the Northern Lights Festival.
We leave you now with some images of the festival and the people of Norway.
So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and of course, NASA. We'll see you then. Goodbye from Norway.
Bye-bye.
Captioning funded by the NAC Foundation of America.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we look back at MTSU's Day on the Hill in February, including our legislative intern program at the state capitol. It's run by our Department of Political Science and International Relations. We introduce you to our new master's degree program in athletic training, which will provide real-world experience to our students through its required clinical assignments. And our partner, Middle Tennessee News, looks back at the MTSU trip to the Grammy Awards in Los Angeles, where we celebrated the nomination of 5 former students and wins by 2 of them. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU held its annual Day on the Hill in February, allowing President Sidney A. McPhee and other faculty and administrators the opportunity to visit the state capitol and meet with legislators. Part of that special day is the annual recognition of our current class of legislative interns. They are part of a prestigious program administered by our Department of Political Science and International Relations. Department Chair Amy Atchison joins us to discuss how these internships often lead to careers in public service. Amy, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on.
Your first time on Out of the Blue.
Yeah, I haven't been here long enough
That's
to do it.
That's because you're new in the job. Talk about the new role you're occupying at the university.
So I just joined the MTSU family on August 1st, and I am the new chair of Political Science and International Relations over in the College of Liberal Arts.
We're glad to have you here.
I'm very glad to be here.
So last month, you got an introduction to our Day on the Hill activities at the state capitol in Nashville. Mm-hmm. And talk about the pride point of that visit, which is where we recognize our interns participating in this great program of yours.
Yeah, so our department's been running the Tennessee Legislative Internship Program since about 1975. One of the things that we do every year is a luncheon with the legislators, the students, the MTSU folks, and any alumni that are in the area, many of whom actually got their jobs in downtown Nashville because they were part of our Tennessee Legislative Internship Program, or as I call it, TLIP. It's a little bit of a mouthful.
Oh, we and our acronyms.
Yes, it's a little bit of a mouthful. So the banquet is usually planned by one of our faculty members, Lisa Langenbach, and this year she had help from the dean's office, Miss Jennifer Rice, and it was just a fantastic event, as I'm given to understand it always is. It lets them know that they're appreciated, that their presence is appreciated, and just lets them get to know a little bit more about what's going on between the university and our legislators on the Hill.
One of the things I love about the lunch is that not only do we recognize the interns, but we also recognize their bosses, the representatives, the senators that they work for. Mm-hmm. And they really reinforce that this is a practical, real-life experience for them. They're not just making copies, they're not just fetching coffee, they're doing the work of a staff member. And that's got to be gratifying for you too, right?
It really is. I mean, I love to see them up there doing what they're interested in doing. They work for a variety of legislators. And then they're going to committee meetings. They're taking those notes. They're doing entry-level analysis for legislative issues. And they're getting such good experiential learning. So everything that they've learned in the classroom can be applied to their internships. One of the things I really love about that luncheon, though, is seeing the legislators come, because what that tells me is that they value this program and that they see the benefit of their MTSU student interns and what those interns bring to the table.
Let's take a step back and talk about your department. Political Science and International Relations, the full title of that. We were talking before the program, oftentimes we clip just the political science, but it's significant that it's the two of them. Can you talk about that in a broad way?
So many of our students at MTSU stay in this general area. So you might think, well, do they really care about international relations? But so many of them are going to enter fields where there is an international component. And you may think, well, you know, we've got a kid that's going to go home to LaVergne and be part of city government there. When LaVergne is developing international contacts, when they're trying to attract foreign direct investment, maybe they're going to work on a sister city. Those are all things that an international relations degree could help our students with. And so when we look at the interconnectedness of today's world, if all you've got is kind of the domestic understanding, you're missing a big piece of what's going on in the world. Yeah, it does the department a little disservice when we don't add our international relations degree in there.
Talk about the type of opportunities that a degree from your department can afford a student to be eligible for.
A lot of times people say, oh, you can become a lawyer, which you can. We are happy to give you a pre-law education. But a lot of our students think they want to do pre-law, and then they realize they don't need to go to law school to do what they want to do. A lot of them want to be activists. They want to work for not-for-profits. They want to do economic development in their city. They want to work in state and local government, even federal service. And our public policy, public management degree is perfect for that. And one of the nice things about having that as a bachelor's is you can go right in to a lot of different government jobs with a bachelor's degree. You don't have to go to grad school. You don't have to increase your student loan debt. We also have students that work for international corporations in regulatory compliance, because everybody has to deal with the government in some way. And so government relations is another sector, which I know parents love that one because it means a higher salary. I really like for students to understand that they can pursue a degree that they're passionate about and then put it to work in any number of different ways.
Dr. Amy Atchison, Chair of Political Science and International Relations. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators
have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The College of Behavioral and Health Sciences recently leveled up its high-quality undergraduate degree program in athletic training to a master's degree as new industry accreditation requirements emerged. The professional master's degree program mirrors a national trend in peer healthcare professions that increasingly prepare students for professional practice at the graduate level. Here to tell us more is Dr. Christy Phillips, the program's clinical coordinator. Christy, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Can't believe you've been on campus 20 years and you've not been on Out of the Blue until now.
Yeah, I've been here a long time, so.
Well, that's shame on me, but you've come at a great time because you've got big news. Talk about how this program is moving to a graduate degree and why.
Athletic training nationwide is changing to keep up with the other healthcare professions. Our accrediting body, CADE, has decided that in order to stay with the trends of OT and PT and everything else kind of trending in the direction of master's and doctoral degrees, athletic training is also trying to keep up with those professions. So in 2023, the summer, in June, all programs have to begin at the master's level.
Wow. I realize there's probably a lot of degree paths at the bachelor's level that could lead me to you, but what would be the typical route that most that are interested in this, where would they begin?
I would think that a lot of students would probably be interested in like an exercise science undergraduate degree, as well as maybe a pre-athletic training degree would fit in with this. There are obviously a lot of classes that we're going to be requiring that would fit into those majors specifically. So things like anatomy and physiology 1 and 2, a prevention and care class, which is kind of like an introduction to allied healthcare professions. So classes that kind of are around exercise science primarily.
Makes sense. So let's talk about the master's program itself. How many hours? How long is it? I understand it's year-round, right?
Yes, it is. So it is going to be 2 years, starting in the summer. So they'll go summer, fall, winter, spring, 2 years consecutively. It's 72 credit hours. So that's a bit more than a lot of our master's programs. But we're moving from 3 years undergrad, trying to condense that information into 2 years. So it is a lot of hour requirement. 60 of those hours will be athletic training specific, and then 6 hours will be kind of health-based, and another 6 elective hours.
You mentioned clinical experiences. Can you tell our viewers exactly what that means and what would the student be doing during those?
Yes. So students typically stay on campus for their first couple of clinical experiences. So they get to assist with MTSU sports. But other things we like to do is we like to send them out into the community after we've kind of groomed them and they have an idea about what it is an athletic trainer is and does. Then they'll go and help in the secondary school setting, or they may go out to other universities or clinics around the area. So they're really getting to experience the day in the life of an athletic trainer in various settings. And so during that time, they're working with athletes, but they're really working with any active population. So like in the physical therapy clinic, they're working with a wide demographic and age, you know, whether it be a young individual suffering with something like a Sever's disease to somebody who's gone through a total hip replacement or knee replacement. So they're getting a wide variety of experience with a lot of different demographic populations.
You've touched on a lot of this, but I wanted to really hone in on a couple of things. Describe really for our viewers, what is this degree? What is it and what is it not?
Athletic training is working with an physically active population, and we are able to prevent injuries, assess injuries, treat injuries, and rehabilitate injuries. So the Department of Labor and American Medical Association has noted that athletic trainers is an allied medical health profession, and so that aligns us with other healthcare professions. The things that we are not is we are not personal trainers and we are not strength and conditioning specialists. So those are individuals that are working with, you know, the performance-based experience for an individual, whereas we are more on the medical side of things.
Talk about the application process. Since this is a new program, this has got its new set of requirements. How do I get in and what's required of me?
Right. So a student will need to apply to the graduate school, obviously. They will need a 3.0 GPA or higher. They'll need several prerequisite courses, like I said, as far as anatomy and physiology and physics and chemistry and nutrition and psychology. As well, they'll need to observe an athletic trainer for 50 observation hours and have that documented and signed. They will need first aid and safety and CPR certification. And those are just some of the things. Once they get admitted, then we'll ask for some additional paperwork and to demonstrate some other requirements like a background check and so forth. The graduate degree is going to be demanding, and so we want to make sure that we're getting students that have a very clear idea of what they want to do and therefore are going to stay with the major.
Dr. Christy Phillips, Clinical Coordinator of our new degree program, the Masters in Athletic Training. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Middle Tennessee State University recently returned to the Grammy Awards with a contingent from its College of Media and Entertainment. They traveled to Los Angeles for a long weekend of gathering with area alumni and attending backstage and pre-show events. This report from Middle Tennessee News, the student-run television news operation, details True Blue's return to the music industry's biggest weekend.
Middle Tennessee State University made its presence known at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards in Los Angeles. The College of Media and Entertainment, along with President Sidney McPhee and other administrators, traveled to the music industry's biggest weekend to celebrate the Grammy nominations of 5 former students, and 2 of them took home trophies. Brandon Bell received the Best Americana Album Award for engineering Brandi Carlile's In These Silent Days. And Tony Castle earned his honors by perfecting icon Willie Nelson's best country album, A Beautiful Time. Both are sound engineering graduates of MTSU's Department of Recording Industry and previous Grammy winners. Under Grammy rules, awards for Best Album and Record of the Year go to the winning artists, producers, and engineers. Additional MTSU-connected nominees were Rob Williford, songwriting partner of reigning 2-time CMA Entertainer of the Year Luke Combs, was nominated as a co-writer for Best Country Song. Former Grammy winner Aaron Ratier, who helped with songwriting and singing for Ashley McBride's Best Country Album nominee. And multi-Grammy winning former student Hillary Scott was nominated for Solo Contemporary Christian Music Performance. MTSU alumni, former or current students, and faculty from across the university have been a part of more than 134 Grammy Award nominations in the last 2 decades. Meanwhile, MTSU friends and administrators gathered in Los Angeles on the Saturday prior to the Grammys to cheer on its 5 former students nominated for awards and deliver honors to one of them. President Sidney McPhee and College of Media and Entertainment Dean Beverly Keel presented Bell with a special certificate during MTSU's Grammy gathering of recording industry executives and alumni in the music business. The event was held on the rooftop of the Mama Shelter Hotel near Hollywood.
We are going to honor a graduate of our university, Brandon Bell. I am so old that he actually has a diploma that I gave him in 2004 and has become an incredible professional in this business. So Brandon, would you come? Let me give you this award. It says College, MTSU, College of Media and Entertainment congratulates Brandon Bell, class of 2024, Bachelor of Science, Recording Industry, for his professional success. Let's give him a round of applause.
And you grew up in a small town in Arkansas and wanted to be a studio musician. And so how did you find your way to MTSU?
I had one of my uncles was an audio engineer for a radio program, and he knew somebody that went to MTSU. At the time, I was looking at maybe going to the conservatory in Tempe, Arizona, because I didn't like country music, wasn't really into country music, didn't really care for what I thought Nashville was. But my uncle had convinced me to come and meet with his friend at MTSU, and so I did, and it was an amazing experience. The campus was amazing, but to get to see the depth of music that really existed around MTSU and in Murfreesboro specifically, but then to learn that Nashville was a lot more broad than just country music. It was an easy decision.
On that Friday, President McPhee joined students and faculty on the red carpet at Friday's exclusive Music Cares event, honoring Motown founder Berry Gordy and Grammy-winning musical giant Smokey Robinson. 5 MTSU students worked behind the scenes at the Los Angeles Convention Center at the Grammys Black Tie fundraiser for its charity that provides health and human services for music professionals. The 5 students explored the music scene in LA with professors Odie Blackman and Denise Shackelford.
We're going into EA. They produce video games and they do music for video games as well. Come on with us.
We're at the Whiskey A Go-Go. This is where the Doors were once the house band, and Metallica found their bassist here. Everyone from Oasis to Guns N' Roses has played here. Let's go.
Hey everyone, we're here at United Recording Studios, which was founded in 1958. They've recorded artists like Lizzo, Frank Sinatra, and Michael Jackson. They recorded Thriller here, so let's go inside and take a look.
We are at the Grammy Museum, and it's right down the street from where the Grammys are being held. It honors a bunch of the artists and musicians who have played at the Grammys and won there. Let's head on in.
We're outside Daniel Rowland's house. He's an MTSU professor who works on multiple Pixar films and has gotten multiple Grammy nominations. We are also going talk to Matt Geiler, who has worked on the Matrix film and who has done the Spider-Man trailer. Let's go.
We're at Shelly Pikin's house. She's written songs for Christina Aguilera, Meredith Brooks, and Bebe Rexha, and she's a founding member of Songwriters of North America. And we're going to meet her and some other members today.
Hey guys, we're over at Amoeba Records right now, a legendary record store over in Hollywood. They're known for the What's in My Bag videos. In my bag, I had to get some good records.
It's the 8th time MTSU has held special events at the Grammys. The number of MTSU-connected Grammy winners since 2001 now stands at 15 people, with a total of 39 Grammys, many of them repeat winners in categories from classical to pop to rock to country to gospel. I'm Sarah Ottman reporting for Middle Tennessee News.
Our thanks to Middle Tennessee News for that great report. This does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. You can find additional news and information about the university by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Oh award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching and listening. We got a great show for you today. I'm excited to have a room full of guests today, so we'll get to them in just a minute. First, I wanted to highlight our radio station. We're always thankful for our radio stations across the state who air the show, and this week we're going to highlight WKRM 103.7 in Columbia, Tennessee. We appreciate those guys and gals out there. It's on Saturdays at 11 a.m. You can catch this show, and if you're trying to find a station in your area, visit tnwildlife.org. Click the Tennessee Wildcast tab at the top under Stay Connected, and there's a whole list there of 23 different radio stations across the state that run the show. You can hear us from Bristol to Memphis, so we're all over the place. If you like to listen to podcasts, make sure you download the podcast or subscribe at iTunes or your favorite podcasting platform. We're out there on those platforms, and always remember to follow us on social media. We're posting out there as well, so let's get into it. Today's show, Call Before You Kidnap. I like that title. I'm sure you're curious about what we're going to talk about today. It's all about wildlife rehabilitation and wildlife educators. So today we have with us Devin Blackburn from Lily Birds Wildlife.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
Glad to.
Debbie Sykes from Nashville Wildlife Conservation.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. And Mr. Rusty Bowles, Captive Wildlife Coordinator. He's a captain here at the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, and we're thankful he's here with us today, too.
Oh, glad to be here.
Keeping us on track, and it's going to be a fun show. I'm excited to talk about, baby and orphaned wildlife, and this time of year is spring. The babies are being born, and folks often wonder, what should I do with a baby or a small wildlife in my yard? What should I do to put it back in its nest or get it back to its mama, or should I touch it at all? So we're going to cover a lot of that stuff today and dive into it. So let's learn about you guys first, if you don't mind. Rusty, will you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are and what you do for the agency? Well, just a short little thing.
Well, I'm Captain Bowles. I'm the Captive Wildlife Coordinator for the state. So I actually issue the permits for the rehabbers, and I inspect their facilities, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Got that checklist?
Oh, yeah, got a big checklist, real big checklist. I just came back from some fabulous training at a national association symposium, and I learned a whole lot of information up there.
Awesome.
It really blew my mind how much these ladies actually do for our wildlife in the state.
So that sparked an email to me, and we got some things rolling, and here we are today.
That's right. That's right. We need to educate the public. We need to get this information out there. It's they really know what they're doing. They are the experts, and we need to listen to our experts.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's go down the list here. Devin Blackburn, introduce yourself. Tell us about your facility and what you do.
Yeah, I'm Devin Blackburn. I am a permitted rehabilitator with Rusty on the list. So I am the founder and director for Lily Birds Wildlife Rehabilitation in Nashville. And we focus mostly on urban wildlife, small animals.
Okay.
So a lot of calls from Davidson County while the city's growing, and excuse me, that creates more of a need, so we're doing a whole lot of answering the call to the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Davidson County mostly is where you deal with. Yeah.
Primarily, there's plenty there to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So we get surrounding counties all the way across the state, but definitely Davidson County.
Well, we're looking forward to the information you have for us today. That's going to be good. Debbie Sykes from Nashville Wildlife Conservation. Tell us about yourself, please.
So Nashville Wildlife Conservation, we're a wildlife hospital as well. We also do a lot of education outreach, so focusing on prevention, but also, just connecting people to these animals that they don't even know they have in their backyard.
Good deal. All right. Well, like I said before, it's baby season. It's spring, and we're seeing, or we'll start seeing, a lot of young wildlife in our yards and maybe in our flower beds and different places. So, I guess we'll start off today with, is wildlife supposed to be there? That was one of the questions that that these ladies posed before we started, and you know, you see them out there and you think, well, this is my yard, or this is not the woods. But are the animals supposed to be there? Are we invading their area? But tell us about that real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this is their only hope, right? We've kind of taken over a lot of their land in Nashville, so their only chance of survival is to adapt with us. So they've done that very well. We'll have squirrels in every tree in Nashville.
Every tree, sometimes every attic.
Yeah, bunnies and, you know, turtles especially, just in people's backyards that they think they need to bring them and take them to the park, things like that. Same with fawns. Just all of these things are so normal to be there. And there's often kind of a disconnect because you grow up learning about elephants and orangutans and all these different things, but not the animals you find in your backyard. So people don't recognize, oh, it's normal for wildlife to be here.
Yeah, I've intercepted and done some conflict resolution in surprising environments. There was a daycare that got in touch with me because they found a bunny nest under the slide.
Oh, yeah?
So that was a very educational opportunity for that playground setting, because the children need to know that just because it's there, it's not a pet. And also, we can work around this. And those babies have not been abandoned. That's how cottontails exist. So the mother, when we were on site, was on the other side of the fence watching everything we did, and we were able to point her out. And it was easily remedied with just putting up some cones and having everybody use a different slide.
A different part of the playground,
Yeah.
So you saw the mother there watching the young, and
She was watching them. She was watching us. She was very aware and present.
oh, that's awesome. That's a great educational opportunity right there, I'm sure.
And we get a lot of those too with raccoons in attics. And a lot of the times what we tell people, you don't have a raccoon problem, you have a hole in your attic problem. They're just looking for a nice, safe place to raise their young. And so we can easily mitigate that without having to trap and relocate the mom and separate them from the babies. So we do a lot of that.
Yeah, there are times when we want the whole family to leave, but we want to give them those choices and not be forceful and not create situations that are going to lead to failure, not success.
Yeah. Well, that leads me to my next question. Should, you know, people often wonder, should I go do something with that animal? Should I pick it up? Should I touch it? And I was always that wise tale where you, if I touch it, it's not going to, the mom's not going to take it back, or it's going to reject that baby.
Yeah.
Touch on that a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that that old tale with the birds. Yeah, if you touch a bird, the mom won't come back. But they don't have a great sense of smell, first and foremost. And, I mean, they love their babies, just like humans love their babies. And so that's another point trying to drive across is just because you touch it doesn't mean the mom wants nothing to do with it.
Or, oops, my kids didn't know. Excuse me. And they picked up the bunny and brought it in to show me. That's okay. Put it back.
Oh, yeah.
Put the bunny back.
Yeah, and don't take it to school, and don't show it off to the family and friends.
It's not going to be a pet, and it's not going to do well under your care. It needs its mom.
Well, that brings up another point, Rusty. You know, you're not supposed to take in wildlife, right? It's against the rules to take in wildlife into your home or have it.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Explain that a little bit.
Well, in the state of Tennessee, you, in order to be in possession of wildlife, you have to have either a permit or a license. If you don't have a permit or a license, then you're just violated the law by picking it up. So let's say, for example, I'm in my backyard, and I have a box turtle crawling through my backyard, and I go pick it up. Technically, as soon as I pick it up, I'm in possession of that box turtle, so I violated the law. So we don't want people picking up animals. We don't want it, one, for the spread of disease.
Sure.
I mean, you take a healthy animal and you think, oh, I'm going to save this animal and I'm going to move him over to this park where he can be free and happy and protected, but you just move that animal into a park that has disease because you don't know that it has disease. Or you take a sick animal and you put him in the park and you've just made all the other animals there sick. So that's the reason why we don't allow the public to transport and relocate wildlife.
Yeah.
Because the spread of disease, and there's so many diseases out there, we could spend 10 hours on disease alone. And so we don't want people picking these animals up. You can't take them home. You can't make them pets. Now, some people say, oh, online, I saw where squirrels and chipmunks are legal to own. Well, squirrels and chipmunks, raccoons, bobcats, as long as they come from a licensed propagator, then it's legal to own. It is a licensed propagator. They're captive bred. They're many generations removed from the wild, but they're still the same as our wild animals. So people think, oh, well, if they can do it, I can do it. Well, no, it's not true. It's not true. I've got several cases right now across the state that we're investigating. People having pets, basically.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing, as soon as you imprint on that animal, it can't be turned loose.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be turned loose. If we can't find an educator or a zoo to take that animal, then it has to be euthanized.
Yeah.
And who wants that?
No, nobody does.
Wants that.
The agency is, I guess, in that realm, short-staffed. Can't supply that extra need that those wildlife need, or the rehabilitation side of things. So that's why we got these ladies and all the list of people who help us take care of these animals.
Sure. I mean, they're a godsend. I mean, they help us tremendously.
Definitely. Well, I wanted to show the website real fast. If you go to our website and tnwildlife.org, you click the wildlife tabs and scroll down to wildlife rehabilitators and educators, you can find a list there. It's the middle tab on that page. This is the group of people that Rusty's permitting and making sure is checking the boxes, and they're a big help to what we do as an agency, and we couldn't do it without them. But you can search your county right there, your region, and find a facility near you to help with legitimate orphaned animals or things that you're having issues with in your yard when it comes to that. So when do you call? When do you call a rehabilitator to come help or take an animal if needed? How do you know when to call?
It's sometimes very niche, very specific. So if you see a fawn, you probably need to leave it alone. If you see a bunny nest, you probably need to leave it alone, unless the fawn has an obvious injury or it's approaching you, or if those bunnies have insects all over them, and there might be one that hasn't survived, or there is, an adult that has passed away nearby that could be a parent. So we want to hear about those immediately. If you have some songbirds or raptors that are displaced, those are really, really specific, and we have people that specialize in those situations. So you would want to reach out to one of them, and we're all pretty networked, so we're really good at making recommendations on who you should contact for your specific situation. There are other species that we encounter that it is not normal to see them outside of a nest environment, and we want to hear about those too. So skunks, possums, they are always with their mom. And if they're not, and they're beyond a certain size, or not at a certain size yet, they probably need help as well. And then there are some that you would want to reach out if you need guidance for reuniting them. So squirrels and raccoons, they definitely are one that we can successfully, more often than not, if there aren't injuries, get them back to their parents.
Go back to the birds. I think about the raptors you mentioned. How do you know if it's not, you can't get it back to where it needs to be? Is it a nest situation where you don't know where the nest is, or how does that work with birds?
There's different type, so they're going to nest in different areas.
Sure.
Sometimes in the top of the trees, sometimes they're cavity nesters, so they're in a tree cavity or something like that. And sometimes they're kestrels, which are, you won't even be able to find the nest. It'll be on a building somewhere. And that's where having those specialized people really come into play.
Come out and see.
They come out, show you. And I mean, if you're not sure, we're happy to take those calls too. We love it when people call us before they touch things and they're just curious, because that's an education opportunity for us too, right? So we're happy to answer questions no matter what, really.
And then not all rehabilitators work with all animals. So that's another reason that we have so much strength in networking, so that we can know who does what and get the public to the right person. There are some situations with misidentification too. So I have definitely had some bunnies come in that were labeled moles just because they were found in the dirt and they didn't have any fur yet.
Or baby pigeons as baby bald eagles.
Yes.
Those are my favorite.
Wow. Interesting.
So before you, and you know, things like that, call us and we can walk through it. Or a lot of us have phones that will accept a text message or an email that you can send a picture to.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that might be something good to put on the website. You know, you could text or call if that's the case. If
And there is an app as well. So as well as the website, it's Animal Help Now,
Okay.
and you can just go on and put your information on there, and that will tell you, you know, here's the person closest to you that specializes in that species, which is helpful. So, you know, with baby season coming up, we're going to be pretty swamped. And we do ask that people be patient just because a lot of us are, you know, I'm going to school and I work 2 jobs on top of everything. Devin works and does this as well. And so sometimes it does take time for us to be able to get back to people.
Yeah.
And so in the meantime, you can just call all the different people while you're keeping the animal in a box in a quiet, warm spot.
And leave messages. Make sure they know you have called.
Exactly. So that leads me to the next question I had. What do the public need to do with an animal if they can't reach a rehabilitator? So you've mentioned a box.
Oh, great question. So it depends on the situation.
Okay.
If you're concerned, like a baby bunny nest, and you just have a question, leave it there and call.
Okay.
And just wait for somebody to get back to you. But if it is an animal that has fly eggs on it, right? So it looks like they have tiny little rice granules, or there's bleeding, or ticks, or any type of insects, ants all over it. Then the best thing you can do is put it in a box and keep it in a warm, dark place inside. So if you keep it outside, more insects can get into it and things like that. So just keeping it quiet. You don't want to handle it too much. I know we talk about this a lot, how people think that, oh, the bunny loves to be pet, but actually they go into the freeze response, and so they're actually in shock, and it makes it harder to pull them through that than if they were just in a quiet box.
And they don't need to be fed. It's very tempting. They've probably been outside, maybe in the hot sun. You want to give them water. Not always appropriate. There are some situations where we have to administer fluids or medications by alternate routes than their mouth. So people can create more harm with their good intentions trying to do those things.
And dehydration is easier to treat than malnutrition or pneumonia from getting formula or whatever they feed them into their lungs. So,
Wow. It's a lot of good information, a lot of things you don't think about. You know, when you see an orphan, say a rabbit or something, and you think, oh, I need to give it some water and give it a carrot or some kind of, you know, some kind of vegetable or something to feed it, you know.
the crazy thing is, I don't think bunnies eat carrots.
They don't really care for it. And
Man, Bugs Bunny all this time.
one of our other favorite parallels is ambulances don't go through drive-thrus. So if they are critical and they have needs, the first stop isn't going to be a snack. It's going to be an assessment from a trained person and then decide what is needed.
So if you can't reach somebody, leave a message. Like you said, depending on what the animal is, how to care for it, hold on to it until someone calls you back. And y'all have a great network, like you said before. I mean, that y'all will call each other, connect, you know, and get the word around and get the right person out there to you. That's awesome. That's good. So let's go to ways to prevent orphan wildlife. What's some ways to prevent orphan wildlife around your house, your home, your property?
So there
could be a lot.
There are so many, but starting with what we see a lot of are pets, companion animals, cats and dogs.
Okay.
Keeping your cats indoors so that they're not preying on songbirds or finding bunny nests or catching little snakes. Any of that stuff is so easily remedied just by giving kitty a good quality indoor lifestyle.
And that's the number one reason we see orphans.
Yes.
It's the number one reason we get them in.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's the cat attacks.
Indoor cats are a really big point for us because we can solve so many things by just that.
Mm-hmm.
If you have dogs, making sure that if you've seen bunnies in your backyard, if you know that there have been fawns in the area, leash your dog or supervise them when they're outside. But if you absolutely know that there's somebody there, leash your dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's temporary, usually just 2 weeks. tops.
The other thing we joke about is the bigger the dog, the more likely you are to have a bunny or fawn in your yard, because to them that's protection. Coyotes and foxes aren't really coming in to your yard when there's a big dog, and so they recognize that.
And a lot of people think, gee, what a dumb mom. Why did she do that?
Yeah.
No, she's actually pretty sharp. She
Yeah.
only has to work around that one dog.
Well, it goes back to that statement you made earlier about the bunny on the playground. What does that mean? You know, the fact that the mom feels safe, that it's there.
She knows.
Natural.
Yep. She knew what was going on. She knew that those children and what their schedule was when the hours of operation were. She's doing most of her activity with her nest at night anyway, or right around the hours that they're opening and closing.
Right.
So easy to prevent in a situation where we have pets, but sometimes we have to modify when we have other life. So children.
Mhm.
So working with your children so they know how to appropriately encounter these things, or if they do. So if you see a wild animal, tell us. Please don't touch it. We don't have to put the spin on it. You know, if you touch it, the mom will never take it back, because we know that's not true now. So just making sure that they have a good approach with handling that situation if it occurs. Plants. Doing your yard work.
Uh-huh.
Look before you mow,
Yeah.
please. So, especially turtles, bunnies, one of the things we always ask is to mow at the highest setting.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do accidentally run over a bunny nest, you're not going to hit one of the bunnies and, you know, accidentally kill one of them. So sometimes what happens is you roll over the nest on the highest setting and the nest just comes apart. All you have to do is put it back together and the mom will come back. And then same with turtles as well. You know, they've got their spine attached to their shell, so if you're mowing on a low setting, you're doing some spinal trauma versus a high setting where you might still do some damage, but it's not going to be detrimental.
You're picking up sticks when you're walking through your yard before you mow.
That's
so
true, yeah.
just kind of rustle around, let everybody have a chance to leave.
Or if you have grandkids, pay them $1 to run around and look for animals.
Or if you have kids,
Or if
pay
you
them
have
$1.
kids, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I actually raked some twigs and stuff up the other day because I know mowing season's on its way, and trying to get those out of the yard so I don't, you know, mess something up. But yeah, it's a good time to check over the yard.
Yeah.
Check those areas. That brings up another point, Rusty. You might have some insight on this as far as the turkey poults, and you think about bush hogging fields and stuff too. I mean, it's important to kind of keep an eye on that, and if they don't have to bush hog, don't bush hog, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you have farmers that are bush hogging, they're running over fawns.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the fawns, the mother's going to drop the fawn, the fawn's going to stay there for a couple of days, not move.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to move when the tractor goes over it. So, you know, you're going to hit the fawn as well.
You hear it a lot, yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of animals out there, a lot of wildlife out there that when you're bush hogging, you're going to come across them.
And there's better times to bush hog too, right? Like after, you know, late fall, right? When you're not dealing with tiny fawns and turtles, they're brumating, and so that's usually what we recommend. And we've had a few people that started doing that after they found some injured turtles and killed a fawn.
Burn piles, that's another one.
Oh, good. What's up?
Brush piles.
So keep an eye on those, or
Try not to let them stick around for too long.
Gotcha.
Because then they become a perfect denning site for a possum or a skunk or even a raccoon, but they will become snakes. Yeah, they will turn into their own little habitat.
And you can move them too. So if you have a big brush pile and you need to burn it, just move all the sticks and then immediately burn it, so that you're not dealing with accidentally burning a bunny or something.
So a little bit of extra work, a little bit of extra precaution, but not too bad. Especially if you got those grandkids or kids to move the sticks, right?
Yeah. Or if you're into CrossFit and you just want to get some more exercise, it's a great way to do it.
I think about we wanted to focus on rabbits and fawns and birds today, but I think about the fawns and the calls that we get and the pictures that we get of them like right up against the house in the flower bed. And it goes back to, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, you know, the mom knows that it's safe there. You know, there may be a bigger dog or something, but they know it probably because it's keeping the coyotes away and the other predators away, like you mentioned before. But don't touch it, right? Don't mess with it.
Yes.
Until you see that evidence, right?
You're so lucky. You can watch from inside your house out that window and probably see the moment that mom comes back and does a little nudge nudge and baby's up and they go back to what they were doing.
And usually they're only coming twice a day. So the other reason we get calls is somebody's been watching that fawn for 6 hours and they didn't see a mom, so now they're worried. But it's normal. She's coming at dusk and dawn. And so usually when people are not around. So if there's a predator hanging out, if we're like outside checking out the fawn, she's not going to come because she sees us and doesn't want to put herself and her baby in danger.
Well, another thing too is they'll call you and say, "Oh, it's orphaned because a mile down the road there's a dead deer." And it's like, no, just because it's a mile down the road, Mama's a lot closer than that. Don't think that it's orphaned just because you've seen roadkill deer.
And think of how many deer you have in your neighborhood, too.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, Mama's close by. Mama's watching it. So, just because you see roadkill doesn't mean that fawn that's in your yard is actually orphaned. So, yeah, give the mama a chance to come and take care of her baby.
Yeah. Well, I know we're going to get a lot of calls this season. I'm sure we get calls all the time. We try to put stuff out on our social media and get the word out. We're going to be doing more of that this year to try to help landowners and folks that come across wildlife in their yard. And so if you give us a call, make sure you take notes and then go to that website, go to that link, or go to Animal Help Now and find someone near you to that you could call and get that animal to, or have them come out and check it out. I want to go back to the title, Call Before You Kidnap. That was, I love what you said on that, Rusty. So don't pick it up unless you know for a fact that it really needs help. Just leave it there. Call before you kidnap. I like that. Rusty, thank you for pulling us together.
No problem. I enjoy it.
Yeah. Thank you for what you do, and thank you, ladies, for what you all do. Couldn't do it without you. Our wildlife officers and our biologists do a lot here, but always that extra help is needed, so we appreciate it.
We appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to come on and educate.
Very helpful.
Any final words?
Call before you kidnap.
Call before you kidnap. Call us.
I think we've hit that one, yeah. So, one other thing. A lot of this is on their own dime and their own time. You mentioned that before the show.
That's right. That's right. So be patient with them. Be patient with them.
Yeah.
Some of them have volunteers that might be able to come get the animal from you. Other ones don't. And they may have a house full of babies that they've got to take care of after working 8, 10, 12-hour shifts at their normal job. So be patient with them. Give them some time. They know what they're doing. Trust their knowledge.
Yeah.
Trust what they tell you.
Awesome. Well, like I said, thank you guys for being on. We'll have you back. And just remember, call before you kidnap. Remember, tnwildlife.org to find that list. Check out our website at gooutdoorstennessee.com if you want to buy a hunting fishing license. And this is Tennessee Wildcast. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.